Hey everybody, I think we are live. Hopefully you can see the lathe before you. Let's see what we can do about getting this thing ready for actual wood turning. Let me get some of this stuff off of here. Provide a little bit better access. I did a live a little while back where I was cleaning off the workbench, and part of cleaning off the workbench meant just moving my mess from the workbench to somewhere else. So now I'll just move my mess back to the workbench. So, you know, that's kind of how it goes, right? All right, so let me just tell you a little bit about what I am planning to do today. Whoa, as I knock the base of the tripod here. All right, so this is the headstock of the lathe, and on the headstock there are a couple of oil reservoirs in here. And here, let me turn on some more light so that hopefully it's a little easier to see things. But all right, so there's one of the oil reservoir ports, and there's another. And I don't know how long that oil has been in there. This lathe was made in the 1930s sometime, and I don't know if that oil's ever been switched out. So I thought, hey, you know what? Maybe I should get that cleaned and stuff before I start trying to, use it. The other big thing is the electrical. All right, so this is half horsepower motor that it's running here, and that half horsepower motor is connected to this switch, and then that switch is connected to this plug. And you might be able to tell that this is an old style plug that does not have any grounding, I don't believe. And so I would like to switch this out to a cord and plug that does have some grounding, and try to prevent any issues with electrocution, that sort of thing. So anyway, I'm going to first try to take this apart so that I can access these oil reservoirs and clean them out, and then put it back together, and then put some fresh light engine oil in there. And then if I have time, I'm going to see if I can switch out the cord and plug and go from there. Oh, hey, looks like we've got some chat going on there. Alexis, thanks for joining us. Not sure what all of those emojis mean, but thanks, I guess. All right, so I think the first step on getting this headstock taken apart is to remove these guys. So once I can take these pieces off, I think I might be able to move this guy. I'll also need to remove the belt here. And to remove the belt, I think I need to loosen the motor so that I can bring the motor forward, and then take the belt off of this side, and then that should give me some capacity for moving things around and such. So, Alexis, I think you're going a little bit crazy on those emojis, so I'm gonna just kind of calm those down. So, all right, let's get started here. So I need an Allen wrench there to loosen those set screws. And let me see if I can find the appropriate size. Is this? Yeah, I think that's it. So let me get this first one here. All right. Okay. I think I've got that loosened enough. And all right, so now I need to get enough pressure on this piece to move it without moving the rest of this spindle thing, whatever. So, hey Wes, how's it going, man? Saw you on live a little bit earlier today. Couldn't stick around for very long, but wasn't sure exactly what you were working on, but hope you were successful with whatever it was you were trying to do. So I'm going to try using these guys to see if I can't get, let's see, I think I need to space this out a little bit more. All right, let's see if this will work. And so far, not working for me. Okay, let me see if hey, that seems to have gotten a little bit of purchase. Hey, and a little more. All right. I wonder if I focus on this side, if that will make it easier for me to work on this. I think it does. Don't have to get my hands in as tight a situation. All right. Let's see. And that's tight again. hey, got it off. And you can see that set screw right there just goes in and clamps down so that this guy won't move around when he's in position. So just set him over here for now. Oh, hey, we got a fair amount of chat going on here. So Wes, thanks for coming by. Yep, outdoor lounge chair. Had to pause for some glue to dry. Okay. Working on a belt grinder? No, I am not. This is an old lathe. So this guy was built in the 1930s. And so right now I'm trying to take apart the headstock a little bit. So removing the pulleys system here so that I can get to these oil reservoirs and clean them out, and then put everything back together, and then put some clean light engine oil in there. So that's my first step. And then the second step is I've got this old plug and cord. It does not have any grounding on it as far as I can tell. See how both of those prongs are the same size? So I want to replace so as to prevent electrocution while using lathe. So flip the red ones over, that way you're pressing downward. Little plumber tip, yeah. Hi Rainy Rich, thanks for joining us. Love it. Hey Kevin, thanks for joining us, man. Checking in for a few, got a busy day, can't stay on. Hey, that's fine. Thanks for joining us as long as you can. All right, so I got the first one off there. Oh yeah, I agree with Kevin. Everyone. If you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And I'm going to loosen the set screw on this other piece right here. There we go. All right. Lock that guy in. And see if we can't get and there we go. Got a little bit of movement there. And all right, come on. Maybe penetrating oil or something to loosen this up a little bit, but I guess I still could, but I'm getting some movement now, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'll probably just make the pieces a little bit more messy at this point. And let's see if I can mostly do this. Bump the tripod while I do it, because I'm sure you all appreciate having a more bumpy viewing experience. Trying to use that set screw as additional leverage as I loosen this guy up. All right, you can see there's a layer of sawdust over much of the lathe. And hey, that one looks like I will be able to pull that. But first, I need to get that pulley off, and to loosen up the motor. Got a nut down here and a couple back here. So I think I just have to loosen those, and then I should be able to shift the motor forward, and that would loosen the belt enough that I can remove it from that pulley on the motor. So I'm going to pull the lathe out a bit from the wall. Give myself a little bit better access. And reposition the camera here so that you guys can see how I messed this up. And let me see if I've got a wrench that'll work for that. Hey, Lawrence, thanks for joining us. All right. Let's see what size that is. Hey, first guess. This is 7/16. All right. And don't have to take these off all the way, I don't think. Just need to loosen them enough that you can shift them. I would think that would be enough for both of those, but I guess we'll find out. Very tightly. So let's see how much force it's going to take. Oh, there we go. Not too much force at all. Wonder when is the last time that was moved. So I'm going to see where that had been. All right, and does that provide enough? Able to loosen that belt. All right, and let's see. Okay, looks like I've got another. Oh, let's see, is that actually screwed onto something or no? Okay. There's another, it looked like another nut or something right there. It looks basically the same as these guys that are threaded on the inside. So I was concerned that that might be threaded and connected somehow, but it looks like it's basically just a spacer, more of a thick washer than anything else. So let's see what needs to happen here. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see there's a set screw on the pulley right there, so it doesn't want to move. So I will remove, or at least loosen the set screw. That doesn't feel like it's the right size. So let me see if I can find, hey, lucky me, that seems to work. So loosen him. All right, let's see if that's enough. We need to all right. I'm not sure if there's, that feels pretty loose now, so all right. Let's see, is there anything else keeping this guy in place? Is it just, oh yeah, another set screw right there. Same size. Let's see, looks like there was another set screw there. I don't see, looks like it's missing now, but let's loosen this guy. Yep, Lawrence, you're right. It has the 2 set screws at least, and we're supposed to have a third, but it looks like that third one is not there. So all right, I'm going to try to just gently tap that with the mallet and just see if I get any movement or not. I don't want to damage anything. Yeah, it's not really doing anything with my gentle tapping. So I'm going to remove those set screws a little bit more and just see if that one feels like it's almost coming out. I don't really want them coming out because that'll make it. All right, so there's definitely some movement there. So let's see if all right. And so that's pretty much flush now. So hitting the mallet there isn't going to do me much good. So I think I'll find something that I can stick in there. Oh, you know what? I think I can probably use these are. Yeah, actually, no, I probably can't use those. Never mind. These are some centers that I got for use on these things. I was thinking, oh, it'll fit in there, but on the opposite end, I don't really have a flat surface, and I don't want to damage the non-flat surface. So let me just find a little piece of wood that I can, oh, you know what? I've got some dowels here, super long dowels, but let's see if that'll work for me. All right, I think that dowel's going to be a little too wide to go all the way through. So I'll need to find something else now. All right, let's see. Let me see if I've got some other piece that might work. All right. It's a little too wide to fit in there. That's probably the same. Let's see if I've got some offcut that is thin enough to fit in there, but thick enough to be of benefit. Not going to work. Let's see if that. All right, so I think if I just cut off a little bit there, it should work. So I'll just use this. Just need to modify it a little. So let me put on some protective gear and get out the bandsaw. All right. Plug that guy in. And I'm not going to worry about dust collection because I'm cutting off so little. And I'll just cut off this little segment here. And then I'll also just kind of square this off a little bit so I've got a better surface to pound on the mallet. That should work. And there we go. Move the bandsaw back out of the way. Reposition over here. There we go. Find my mallet. The sheave is incredibly worn on the third rung. Hey, Johnny. Zoo, thanks for joining us. The sheave is incredibly worn on the third rung. I'm not sure what you mean by the sheave. And the third rung, I mean, are you talking about these pulley positions or somewhere else? I could see maybe talking about those as being worn, but I'm not sure where else you might be talking about. So anyway, I'm going to see if that, oh, you know what? That is, okay, I think that'll work. Hey, here we go. So, all right. So we've got that completely released. And we can kind of see where those set screws were setting. We've got one spot there, and then one spot there. I think these were the two that were actually in use, and then that one is the one that was not in use. And I think that's why this one's a little bit dirtier. And these ones are not as dirty because they had the set screws protecting them from filth and residue, whereas this one did not. So set that guy over here and kind of see what that looks like. All right. And the belt. Someone, when I first bought this and did a live talking about it, someone was saying that I should replace the belt. I don't think this lathe has gotten a lot of work. And I mean, this belt seems like it's in, oh, sorry about that. It seems like it's in pretty good shape other than being, a bit dirty. I don't see it cracking or anything. What do you guys think? Does this need to be replaced or it's fine to use as is? All right. All right. And then let me show you what looks like in here. All right. We've got that washer thingy that I think a lot of that filth, it just collected from falling down there, but probably not all of it. Probably had a fair amount of it already. All right, set that down over there. And then let's see if I can get you a better view. I need to adjust the tripod here. You know what? I don't know that taking that apart is going to do anything for providing access to that reservoir, because I was assuming that here, let me take the camera phone off the tripod here so I can have a little bit more maneuverability. There we go. Ah, all right. So here's the inside. I was assuming that the reservoir would kind of open up in there, but I don't really see it opening up. So, yeah, so we've got that port there. And I'm wondering, is it on the interior of that? And then where is that? Where's the oil going that it's lubricating? Who has a good idea of what these oil reservoirs are supposed to be lubricating, right? Because that looks pretty gunky. Does that reservoir go all the way around? And I mean, this all feels super dry, and I don't really see any outlet for any oil on the interior of that where the spindle or whatever goes. So if anyone knows, I guess I just assumed that removing this would open up, the reservoir to be able to get it cleaned out. As it is, I'm not sure what I'm even going to be cleaning. And I wonder if I can unscrew these ports to kind of open up and see what's going on in there. Do these screw on, or just doing it by hand? I don't feel any give, and I don't want to break them. Let me get the camera back in the tripod here, and I'm going to go to the chat, and hopefully you guys can help me out because right now I am not exactly sure how to proceed on getting them clean. All right, let me see what you guys have said. Need some never sees when it goes back together. Keep from being so hard to come back loose. Okay. We'll replace it. How far does the belt go into the pulley? And they go into the bronze bearings. The bronze bearings. Okay. I'm assuming you're talking about these. These look kind of bronze. But does the oil only go on the outside of these? I don't see a way for the oil to come through. I don't see any holes or anything. I would have thought that the oil was there to lubricate between this is a spindle, right? Between the spindle and here. But I don't see any way for the oil to get from here through here to lubricate between this and this. But I might also just not be understanding how this is supposed to work. And then maybe get some gunk from AutoZone to clean the reservoir. Yeah, it could be. Let's see. And then Plywood, you asked, how far does the belt go into the pulley? So here's the one pulley, And so it goes that far. All right, so it's a variable speed. So on this one, it would go like that. On this one, I've got these set screws pulled out, but it would go like that. On this one, it would go like that. And then on this one, it would go like that. So basically, it's level with the exterior rim of the pulley on each of those variable speed settings. Does that answer your question, Plywood? All right. Maybe get some gunk from AutoZone to clean the reservoir. Okay. So, I mean, I could get some gunk, but I guess my concern in trying to clean these out is, number one, I'm not sure exactly where they go. And so if I pour something down in there, I want to be able to get it back out. And right now I have no confidence in being able to do that. So, I mean, I can try to unscrew this port if it's a, if it screws on, I don't know. And then that might give me a little bit better access to inside there. But yeah, otherwise, how can I mean, I'm not sure if, does it go all the way around? Is it just here at the very top? How big is this reservoir and how easy will it be for me to clean out whatever is in there? So, all right, I'm going to try gently unscrewing this guy. I'm going to see if this wrench will work, because I don't really want to use these pliers because it'll, probably scrape up, scratch up this guy. So let me see if I can get any kind of movement with just a regular wrench. Need something a little bit bigger than that one. Probably smaller than this one, but okay. Let's see if... Yeah, that, I'm not feeling any movement there. What do you guys think? Hey, Randy, thanks for joining us. See you next time. Find a gun cleaning kit and brush it out. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I just don't know how deep that goes, So, because if it does go all the way around, then there's no way that I'd know how. I mean, how do I get the brush to actually go there? Maybe it's just here at the very top. I don't know. See, I thought this was going to be the easy part, is cleaning these out, and seemingly it is not. So, all right. Let's see if... Yeah. Yeah, that's not really getting any purchase. Angle it here a little bit. Will it? All right, so that's moving. Hopefully it's not just breaking it. Huh. Okay. Is it supposed to be able to be unscrewed? I'm still feeling a fair amount of resistance. All right, that's feeling a lot looser now. Feels like maybe it is unscrewing. Hey, there we go. All right, got that off. And then you can see there's basically just kind of gunked up there. And it's not screwed on, it's just flush there. So see if I can get this one to move. Come out. He doesn't seem to want to move at all. Feels like I'm just bending. Oh, come on. Yeah, I feel like I'm just messing him up right now. Let's see. Yeah, he's got that blue paint on there. All right, and then you can see on the inside, there is a fair amount of gunk in there. Let me see if I can give you a little bit more light so you can see in there better. Get a little flashlight here. And see if we can get some good focus. So yeah, it looks pretty crusty. So let me just try the vacuum first and just see how much I can clear out of there. looks like the answer to how much I could clear out of there with the vacuum is essentially none of it. So still plenty of gunk. So let me go grab some Q-tips and see what I can do about getting that gunk out of there and getting a better view of what's actually going on in there. Before I do that, let me check and see if we've got any suggestions in the chat. Hey, Kevin, thanks for joining us, man. And they have to remove the bronze bushings. Okay. An adjustable wrench if you don't have the right size. Yeah. I'm just going to tell you what my dad taught me. Dad was machinist mate in the Navy. Yeah. Use an adjustable. Yeah, if the oil was bad in that piece, you're probably going to have to remove those bronze bushings. Not sure. Okay. That could be. So take these bushings out, you think? That might be a little bit more difficult to do. Have to figure something that will grab onto the bushings and allow me to probably mallet pound them out. So let me think about just thinking I could get a piece of wood and form it so that it'd be kind of tapered so that it could fit in there and pound out the bushings. But the best way to do that is probably on a lathe. and yeah, I might be able to just do that with just a pocket knife and kind of whittle it down so that something would fit in there, taper it so that it would fit, and then be able to punch that out. But all right, let me track down some Q-tips first and see what I can do there. So I'm gonna head into the house and navigate, trying to find some Q-tips. I know where some Q-tips are, but my hands are kind of filthy right now. So before I go and access the Q-tips, I'm going to use some orange goop here at the sink and try to get the hands a little bit cleaner before I'm sticking my hands into the Q-tip supply. And so this will just be a moment. And I get those much cleaner, and I'll rinse them off here. Much better. And dry them off. And then go find the Q-tips. I'm actually a little bit worried that the Q-tips will be a little too wide to be able to fit in where I want them to go. Let me track them down here. Hold on just a minute. All right, I have located some Q-tips. So we'll see if those help in any way as I make my way back to the shop. All right. And I'm back. All right. Before I try that, let's see. Okay, use a socket the right size and hit with a hammer. Okay, yeah, socket could work. Good idea. Might still take a little heat. Okay, I could torch it a little. Pretty gunked up, yeah. Big enough C-clamp and you can press them out. All right. My adventures, yeah. Yep. All right, so let's see if, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm getting any of that gunk, really. I feel like I'm just pressing it down. So that helped. I think it didn't really help. Yay. Yeah, I can't be in there in person. Yeah, sometimes it's a lot easier if you can actually see what's going on to be able to come up with solutions. But yeah, I think I'll try tracking down a socket that is just wide enough to fit this rim. Right? I don't really have a lot of room for error on that because, and let's see here. Because it's, you know, not a particularly thick bearing there. So if it's too small, it'll obviously just go right through. If it's too wide, it won't put the pressure on the actual bushing. It'll just you know, hit up against the sidewall here. So let me see if I've got something that will actually be the appropriate size. All right. Let's just pull out a few options here. All right, I think that will be a little bit too big. That might work. Let me see if it's a possibility. And I think these might be too small, but no, that one, that's a definite possibility as well. What about this? You know, that one's definitely too small. All right, so too big, too small, maybe those will work. Let me put these ones back. The 5/8 was too big. The 13 millimeter was too small. So I've got the 9/16 and the 14 millimeter as potentials. So let's give it a go here. And I'm going to move this off to the side so that I can get an appropriate angle. All right. You know what? I'm going to see if I've got something that's a deep socket, because these ones won't actually fit all the way through. So I would be stuck midway through. So let me see if I've got a deep socket that would work. So I'll try the 14 millimeter and the 9/16 and see, maybe those are the same diameter. Okay, and then, yeah, those are definitely long enough to fit. And, okay, either of those might work. And I'll put the smaller sockets back where they belong. The 9/16 and the 14 back where they belong. All right. And, all right. Let's see if this will work. Okay, I'm not seeing any movement there. A little concern that just came up in my mind is I don't want to damage this bushing and, you know, cause it to have a little bit of a lip. So I definitely don't want to pound away too much. Let me try this other socket, see if that works any better. Yeah, not seeing any movement there. There, let me turn it around. Maybe that'll be a little better for it. Yeah, still not seeing any movement. All right. Doesn't it knock out the other way? Ooh, you know what? That could be. Yeah, maybe it's tapered so that it would only come out this way instead of going through that way. I just assumed that it was the same diameter all the way across because, you know, it has to match up with the spindle. But maybe the interior diameter is the same all the way across, but the exterior diameter might be different. But I don't know that I'll be able to get any kind of leverage to pound that out going from the inside out. I might be able to pry it, but not pound it. Hey, lady, thanks for joining us. Mike is making stuff. Good to see you, man. Bronze bushings, yeah. Put an extension bar on. Put an extension bar on the socket, or how do you mean? Try a pry bar, yeah. So let me get out the pry bar here. This one's a bit dirty, but let's see if this. Let's see if, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to use that for anything. Let me try a different pry bar. There we go. Yeah, that's, how can I set that up so that it'll actually get some leverage in there? No, maybe, there we go, that might, nope. Yeah, that's not working too well. Maybe I'm just not very good at the pry bar. Definitely a possibility. Okay. Put the extension on the socket and put the extension through the other hole. Okay, I see what you're saying. So Dances Without Arc, you're saying put the extension, connect the extension to this, and then have it going through this other bushing, and then be able to use the mallet to push this guy through. That could work if I've got a long enough extension. I don't know that I do, but I can look and see if I've got something long enough for that. All right, and then Mike is making stuff, thicker bushing where you held it, and then a thinner one through the other bushing and hit it from the outside. Yeah, we were just thinking, I was just trying to use the socket. I don't think you might have joined us afterwards. I had the socket here and was hitting it with the mallet from the outside, trying to push the bushing to the inside. And we were thinking maybe it's tapered so that it has to come out rather than go in. So we were trying to think of a way to get the pressure on the inside out. I think what you were saying, Mike, would be trying to go from the outside in. All right, don't know which one said it, but try a socket and C-clamp. Okay, yeah, let's see if I've got a big enough C-clamp to make that work. I don't know if that's going to be big enough, but we can try it. And then maybe if I'm using the smaller socket, it might work, at least at first, and then use the larger socket once I've got enough movement. All right. Don't crack the casting. Yeah, I don't want to crack any of it. On the casting, are you talking about this? I'm guessing cast iron. Is that what you mean by the casting? Let's see. Thread your extension through the far bushing, connect it to the socket between the two. Yeah. Run the extension through both sides, both holes. Yeah. Some here know more better than me. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that, Lawrence. Hoping that you guys know better than I do. Abort the pry bar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then use the socket extensions. Yeah. Okay. All right. Combine my 3-inch and my 6-inch, or if you have some all thread. I don't know that I do have any all thread. Looks fun. Hey, Elegant. Thanks for joining us, man. All right. So let me try. Let's see. I've got this extension. This is probably not going to be enough, but let's see if it gets us there. Hey, looks like we've got just enough to at least start. So let's see if that gets us any movement. I'm going to try to get it centered so that not seeing any movement. And not seeing any movement, and I'm trying to be careful not to cause any damage to the lip of the bushing here. Yeah, not. Yeah, that doesn't seem to want to budge. Let's see. Is this kind of what you guys were thinking? Yeah, put lube in the hole. Yeah, I was just thinking that I might want to try that. You're yelling at your TV, Mike. Good, good. That's what you're supposed to do, especially when there's a sports competition going on. Yell at the TV. It'll definitely help. Yeah, help your team or make it so the officials can see better. All right. We'll look for videos on this model. I did see someone working on this model a while ago. I can't remember where I found it. I don't remember them doing this particular task though. And then let's see, smack the sucker. May have to heat it some. Yes, heating the casting with a torch an option. Definitely. I can definitely heat it up. I've got a torch with some propane, so that wouldn't be too difficult. Before I do that, I think I'm going to try just putting some oil in here, just see if we can lubricate it and see if that helps us get a little bit more. So I've got this sewing machine oil that I was planning to use once I got it cleaned out. Let's see if I can take the cap off here. There we go. I think I might need to cut this before. Yeah. Haven't used the sewing machine oil yet, so let me cut off a tip here so I can actually utilize it. Looks like I need to cut off more than that. There we go. That should be enough. All right. All right. I think I've got about as much oil in there as it will accept at the moment. I think I'm going to move some things in the shop here so that I can shift the lathe over to where there's more light. That might be useful. All right, so got that mostly filled to the brim there. All right. Let's see what chat is saying. All right. Okay. This one is, yes, Craftsman 101 06242. It is a 101. And wood, elegant. All right. My Restoration Studio has a video. He uses a socket extension, just like you tried, but in a press. Where is your tailstock? So my tailstock is right there. So let's see. That's as far out as that guy will go. And let me remove my tool rest. So, wonder if all right, that just goes all the way through. So that's not going to, won't be able to use that to push through, but might be able to use it in another way. So maybe like that. Let's see if that's any better than trying to use the extension. All right, so you said in the eye restoration, uses the socket extension, but in a press. Okay. Advance your tailstock. So crank it so it pushes the bushing out. Okay. I don't think let's see here. Yeah, I think for the far side, this isn't going to extend far enough to produce anything here. If I've got the extension on, it might get far enough in. Let's see. All right, then let me lock this guy down. Actually, let me get him a lot closer before I lock him down. Good idea, Mike. I like that. See if it'll let me get any closer. Is there something that is not permitting it to get closer than... There we go. All right, and now lock him down. I'm going to guess that the wrench that I've got is right here is not going to be big enough, right? What about 5/8? Nope. What about... What else have I got here? How about an adjustable wrench? That should work. There we go. All right. Let's see if that will work. So far, it looks like it is pushing the tailstock. And it is. All right. Let's see if we can tighten this guy any more than that so that he won't budge. All right. Let's try. Ooh. Hey, I think it's working. All right. Great idea, Mike, to use the tailstock here. And I don't see that the oil level has changed at all. So I don't know that it's really dispersing it all in there. So it doesn't really seem to be providing much benefit, but probably not hurting either. So this is still pretty tight and yeah, and that's that interior or the exterior surface of the bushing. I don't feel any wetness on it at all, except looks like there might be a little bit. Nope. Thought that might be a little drop there of oil right there, but it's not. All right, now we're able to, there we go. All the way out. And now I should be able to do the same thing for the other bushing. Well, I don't know if I can, but I don't see any taper on this. So I think it's probably fine to push this bushing out from the outside in. So let me just check the chat here and see what I might be missing. All right. Pointed, advanced all the way. Yep. Put a piece of soft metal between the tailstock quill and the socket extension. And we'll push the extension, rod, a pipe, anything between them. Left that video running and the music is super irritating. Okay. Through Robinson at its finest. Okay, crank down the bolt on the tail. Yep. Okay. Tap the casting so it doesn't flex crack. Okay. Channels are misaligned, it won't drop. There's a center groove machined in. Oil light bushing, the oil soaks into the metal pores. Okay. Bushing looks fine. Okay. Need a big washer to pull using the tailstock rather than push. Do you think I need to pull this one rather than just push it through this way? Because I mean the bushing seems to be the same diameter all the way around, interior and exterior. So it seems like it should probably be fine to push it from the outside in. What do you guys think? Is that foolish to try? Should I try rigging something up to pull it? Because that I think would be a lot more difficult to do than just taking this and moving it over here and just pushing it. So I'm going to loosen this and kind of get it set up for that while you post your opinions to the chat. All right. All right. So might not need the extension. Might be able to get it to go just like that, but maybe not. Might need the extension to provide a little bit better grip. And boom. All right, I'm going to set this up while I'm waiting to hear back from everybody. If you think this is a terrible idea, or actually, before I do that, I'm going to retract this guy. So I've got more tailstock to use. All right. All right. And that's how I have it set up right now. So I'm thinking to advance this, push this through, so that I'm moving the bushing from the outside in. Is this a terrible idea? Yeah, there's no taper that I can tell. Maybe a shoulder in the casting. Okay. Push from the outside. We'll try it. Okay. That extension hasn't marred the front bearing. Better check the surface. Don't think he exuded enough pressure before the bushing gave way. Yeah, I hope not. You're saying on this piece right here? Yeah, I don't feel any problems there, but that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't any problems there. Just I don't feel them. So let me try to. All right, and try to give you all a decent view. Let me see if I can come up a little bit higher and closer and angle you down a little. There we go. All right. I see this coming out. Doesn't feel like this is moving, and I don't see any movement here yet. Or is it just pushing the extension further into the socket, maybe? I mean, there was definitely movement here. I'm not detecting any movement of the tailstock, but maybe the tailstock has been moving back this whole time. Just see if I can tighten this guy any more. Ah. Yeah, I'm not seeing any movement. Which has me concerned that there's something else going on here. So I'm not seeing the tailstock move. I'm not seeing the bushing move. Is it just compressing these two together more? Or is there something else moving? Let me do this. I'm gonna just find some marker here and just mark where that is so that I can more easily tell if the tailstock is moving. Yeah. Oh, you think the casting is flexing? Okay. Not pushing the bushing. Hey, Michael. Thanks for joining us, man. Yeah, it comes out the other way. It could be. Sharpie mark, yeah. If there's a flange on the inner side, feel inside the other side to see if the cast flanges in there. Yep. There is on the inside wall here. Oh. On the inside wall right here, there's a bit of a flange. And I can, finally feel the oil now that that bushing is removed. So, yep, it needs to go out the other way. Darn it. Because this would have been so much more convenient. So, all right, let me clean off this excess oil. And let's go back to tapping. Here we go. All right. Let's go back to tapping with the mallet from over here and just see if that gives us anything. Don't detect any movement yet. Still nothing. All right. Okay. Okay. How to pull it out. Wish you saw what I had lying around. Yeah. I had a good idea in my mind. I had everything backwards. Yeah. Kind of what I do. Yeah. Gonna have to wail on it now. The press attempt likely deformed it a bit, crushing it. Could be. I don't want to wail too much because that might deform things worse. So, all right. Well, I think I've knocked almost everything off of the lathe table now. And still no movement there. All right. Well, let me take a step back from trying to get that out. And let me examine this other side to see what's going to be the best way to clean that oil reservoir. And all right. Maybe it's just not that important because I can feel the oil coming through. It's definitely, definitely oiled there. So even though it's so gunky in here, it's still oiling. So let me just of course, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Let me just wrap that up. All right. So, all right. And I can feel a little bit right there where, let me just, hey. All right. So, let me give you a view of what I just did there. So I don't know if you can see, but it just pushed through right there. And pushed out this gunk that was inside. The dried up oil accumulated from 90-ish years of use. So I'm just gonna see if I can clean off the rest here. So basically the reservoir is not a big reservoir. Basically just, this little area right here, just a little, kind of straight down. And has an opening here at the top of where the bushing goes. And so then it just feeds the exterior of the bushing right there. So, all right. I'm feeling much better about the cleanliness of the reservoir. Just, oops. Let me give this another go now that I've cleared out from the top. All right, so that should be pretty clean. And take this port that I removed earlier, and it is very gunky. So it's got spring-loaded top. So I think I'm gonna throw some cleaner of some kind on him. Let me think of a receptacle to use that won't get my wife angry at me for using with oily junk. What do you think? Some simple green? That'd be a good way to clean off the gunk of this guy. All right. Need to watch the video. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. Okay. You have to put the chingas on it. Well, and the bearings with a 4-pound copper hammer to get them out. Have a longer extension? I don't think so. Does that casting come off? I don't think so. I don't think it's intended to. Yeah, I don't see. Maybe at the lip down here. Maybe, oh, you know what? Looks like there might be something attaching the headstock to the bed. But it's too dirty to tell what kind of connection that is from this side. Looks like, feels like it might be a screw coming up from the bottom. Yeah, because if I could remove it and if I could take this off, flip it around, then I could do the same tailstock trick that I did to get this bushing out on this side. All right, that's not cleaning off too easily, so let me see if I can help it along with a little screwdriver and just see what exactly is going on from the top side here. Okay, it looks like these are just screws coming in from the bottom, which of course makes it so much easier to work with. Yeah. And then feels like it's a flathead screwdriver or flathead screw, which makes sense based on it being from the 1930s. So all right. Okay. Need to watch the eye restoration studio video. Yeah, maybe I should do that. All right. Mike says, sounds sketchy. Have to knock the hell out of it. Wants to unseat that deformation. The headstock shaft. So I've got this guy. Flush it out. Yeah, it's clean. It's a drip, and that lasts a long time. Yep. Old lacquer oil buildup. Probably old 3-in-1 oil. Yeah. Coke bottle and decreaser. Okay. Don't have time to stay. Hey, Matthew. You have a wonderful day. Great life. Thank you. Appreciate it. Remove that. All right, Samuel, when you say remove that, what exactly are you talking about removing? because there's a lot of things. Are you talking about removing the cast iron here? Just remove that from the base. I think the easiest way to do that is probably going to be to remove these nuts. Get it? These nuts. Anyway, take all of these nuts off so that I'm taking the bed completely off, and then flip it over so that I can access the screws that are down here, but on the bottom side of those. I don't know if you can even tell with camera. There we go. So there's a screw right here, but this is the non-business end of the screw. So I have to get access to the screw that's down here, inserted from the bottom. So if I take the whole thing off, if I take the bed off of the base, then I can flip it over, get access to those flathead screws, remove the screws, take this guy off, flip it, put him back on, reconnect these to the base, and then use my tailstock to push out, to push this bushing out that way. But of course, it'd be over on this side at that point. So that's one way to do it. Okay. So Mike says, if I put the shaft back in from this side, it will bind up in the deformation and get the bushing out with some good wax. You'll know it deformed if it won't slide back through now. Taking that off isn't going to help. You do is lose concentricity. We help putting it back together. Aligned, that is. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure if I'm understanding what you're throwing down, Mike. But it sounds like you are not in favor of taking it all apart, flipping it over. Are you suggesting that I just continue trying to whack this guy out? And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to move the oil so that it's doesn't fall over and spill. So am I understanding what you're saying, that I should just keep wailing on this? And if not, then please give me some more clarification here. Correct? Okay. Use the shaft, it's hardened steel, and it's the right diameter. Well, the shaft, isn't wide enough to actually put any pressure on it, right? Maybe I'm not understanding. Are you saying use the shaft in connection with the oh, come on. There we go. Some tripod issues here. Let me adjust this. Are you saying use the shaft in connection with the socket and or extension, or instead of the extension, or what are you trying to say? No, inside it. Try to put it back. I bet it bends now. Okay. Okay. So put the old bushing back in. I'll kind of want to clean this guy a little bit better first before I put him back in and start reinstalling everything. And I think I need him in before I start putting the shaft back in. But you're basically saying, is this deformed now because of all the pushing that I was doing with the tailstock earlier? Is that what you're trying to determine, is if this is still aligned? Try to put it back in like you're installing it. Leave that one out. Just slide the shaft back into the bushing still in there. Okay. Like that. And over here, obviously, I've got a little bit of wiggle because I don't have the other bushing in. Yeah, no deformation. Yeah, looks okay to me. Now use the shaft on the back of the socket. Okay, let's try it. Instead of using the extension, so something like this. And then just pound away on the shaft, on the end of the shaft. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah, instead of the extension. All right. Well, we'll try it. I think this doesn't connect to my socket as well as the extension does. So I might have some issues in transferring the power from here to here, but we can give it a try. And I want to not pinch my fingers. So I will just try and hold it there. Okay. I heard something fall down and thought I might have had a little bit of movement here, but I think I just knocked over like a screw or nut or something onto the floor that maybe, oh, looks like I've got an Allen wrench on the floor. I don't know if that was already there. Don't want to lose any other little pieces, but don't see anything else on the floor at the moment, which means I'll probably have to find what I lost much later. So, all right. My socket back here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any movement so far on the whacking job. I need to get the whacking shack here. He'd probably be able to do this a lot better. Much more experience with his whacking. More thickness, more robust. Yeah. Electrical tape. Ooh, there's a sneaky idea. Let me see. Electrical tape. I've got some painter's tape, some duct tape. Don't know that I've got any electrical tape over here. I'm sure I have electrical tape somewhere, but finding it might be a little bit more difficult. So I'll just use the painter's tape at the moment and see if that's good enough for now. Oops. I don't use electrical tape all that frequently. See, and I thought this was going to be the easy part of getting this lathe ready. Goes to show, maybe it is the easy part. All right, I'm going to use a little bit more painter's tape here. All right, that should somewhat hold it. If I can get it through, there we go. All right. All right. Is the oil filler going into the bushing any? No, no. Yeah. So if I look at this one, it is way too narrow, or not nearly deep enough to go into the bushing at all. So I don't think that's causing any problems. Dances, you got to go. Hey, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it. Everything in me says it's a matter of knocking the hell out of it to unseat it. I get mad. I'll just pretend, Mike. I'll just pretend that that this bushing is making me move to Lubbock. That would really piss me off. Nothing. Man. Oh, you know what? I'm going to put some oil in this guy and just see if I can lubricate it a little bit better. And did that on here. And I don't know how much, if anything, that helped. But again, it's probably not going to hurt. All right. So I can see the oil on this side actually bubbling down. So let me give that a minute to hopefully lubricate a little bit. I have a caliper. I do. Not necessarily a very good one. And it doesn't do depth gauge. So it's just a Harbor Freight Pittsburgh version. One of those guys. A digital caliper. Got it on special for not very much money. Measure the ID, the internal diameter where the flange is. Okay. Well, .72. And getting 0.74 at its widest on this side. 0.73. Okay. Then measure the end on this side. Which side of the hole the flange is on. Um, so I can see a little bit of cast iron lip on this side. I don't see any cast iron lip on this side. So I think it does need to come out this way. Is that what you were trying to determine? The smaller diameter is the side the flange is on? Yeah. So this is the smaller diameter, barely. So now that that oil's been in there for a bit, let's see if thinking about having to move to Lubbock is going to help me here. Actually, is there a lip on there? I don't feel a lip on there anymore. Thought I did earlier. You know, whereas here, let me get you a little bit more light. You know, the bushing is coming all the way out to the edge here. But I don't see, is there a lip there? Looking on this other side, I don't feel a lip. Maybe there is no lip here. All right. Okay, well, I got my spring-loaded lid off. I think I just broke that. Great. Yeah, should have just used the pliers and not worried about all right, got that off. Um, all right. Wear pattern, where was you see the edge of the bushing. All right. Yeah. Yes, I can see the edge on the inside. It's inset a little bit, um, but I can see the edge. But I don't know if I can see the whole edge. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I can. So I think there is a lip right there, even though I don't feel one on this side. I thought I felt one earlier, but I don't feel one on this side. But I think there is one right here. And maybe my problem is that maybe my socket is too wide to um, to get just the bushing and not the flange around the bushing. Let me see. Where was the other? I wonder if this one's slightly thinner. Maybe this one, maybe that's my problem. Maybe my socket is too wide. Let me try this one and just see if I can get any movement. Yeah, still not feeling anything getting through. I might need to use something that's tapered so that I know I'm getting friction on the interior of the bushing, but then it's wide enough, it's wide enough to get friction on the inside, but narrow enough that it's not going to hit, the lip of the casting. All right. Let's see. Yeah, because there's just not much. There's not much of a lip there of the bushing to be able to latch onto. So I think that might be what's happening. That my socket is narrow enough to get through on this side, but not narrow enough to get through that flange on this side. So, and I can't really test it to know for sure until I have that bushing out and I can see if I can get this guy to go all the way through. But I can't get that bushing out until I figure out a way to get that bushing out. And every time I pound, more stuff is falling. So move things over to the workbench rather than to the lathe base. All right. Hmm. Um, hmm. So, what do I have that is tapered that can provide friction on the bearing, but be narrow enough to get through this lip? All right. All right. I think I'm going to look up the eye restoration video that I was being exhorted to watch earlier. Eye restoration. Sears 101 lathe. All right, let's see what we've got here. Here's 101 lathe. Motorcycles. See if this is the video you're talking about. Doesn't seem like it, but seems like it's machines and motorcycles rather than eye restoration. All right. There we go. Eye restoration studio, Craftsman wood lathe restoration. All right. Let's see if this tells us anything. Oh, of course. Um, all right, so it looks like he's looking at something right there that I don't think I've even came with my machine. Boilers need to be replaced, he claims. Metal driving out the pins. Okay. So, bias bearing, but bearing driver. Okay. All right. Well, so on his video, he takes this whole piece off, attaches it to a press, uses a series of sockets and or extensions, and then uses the press to push it out. But I don't know that my socket that I'm using is working. So, but if I try to use anything smaller, that one will just go right through. What about this one? Yeah. So, wonder if I've got some other random sockets that might happen to do the job. Let's see if, yeah, that's going to be too big. Let me think here. All right, so I've got C-clamp, but again, that's not going to work because I don't have. Yeah, I think my problem is the sockets being ill-sized. So let me see if we've got any commentary here on live. Are you going to put new bushes in? No, the bushings. I mean, the one that I took out on this side seems to be in fine shape, right? So mostly I was just trying to get the bushing out so that I can clear out the oil reservoir. I think at this point, maybe I don't even worry about it. This one wasn't nearly as dirty as I was expecting. So I've been messing with it a little bit, so I'll probably clean it out again before I put this guy back. But maybe I just clean this out as best I can without removing the bushing and call it good, because otherwise getting this guy out is proving to be a little bit more involved than what I hoped. This whole project so far has been much more involved than what I'd hoped. I thought once I got the assembly, the pulley assembly off, that it would be really obvious and easy to, to clean out the reservoir. But the reservoir is really just, it's pretty much just this, right? So, from here down to, the top of this, casting here, and that's pretty much all of it. And so I cleaned out some gunk earlier from this side, but I don't know that it's. I mean, I'd rather clean out the gunk here as well and take this out and clean it off, but it doesn't really seem to want to be cleaned. So let me just come back on this side and clean them off again. Yeah. So then I think I'll just clean off this bushing, throw them back in here, clean out my my little oil reservoir ports like that, and just kind of clean him out as best I can. Put those guys back in, clean out this guy as best I can from the top, and then just call it good, because otherwise I'm not sure how I'm going to get this guy out. Yeah, just use the old bushings. Yeah, I wasn't really intending to ever replace these unless they were, damaged in some way. I wasn't anticipating having to even pull these out. I thought once I took the spindle out, that I'd be able to see the reservoir, clean it, whatever. I didn't realize I'd have to remove these bushings. And certainly wasn't expecting it to be this difficult to remove this one. So while I'd like to remove it and clean, because it was a lot easier to clean this guy and push out the gunk that had accumulated once the bushing was removed. Let me just see if I can get any kind of gunk removal from the top here. I just poured a bunch of oil in there, which I was hoping would lubricate the bushing to be able to come out, but doesn't really seem to have done much. Oh, you know what? Having done that, I can now see the brass bushing in there. If you can get the right angle and see the color of the brass. So that's a step forward. All right. See if get something a little bit more pointy. There we go. So just got that out of there. Got to scrape the sides of this little reservoir. And then go in with the Q-tip. All right. So now you can see the brass at the bottom a lot more clearly. I'm not sure that I'm giving you an appropriate angle to be able to see it or not. There you go. So I think that's mostly cleaned out. So I'm not even going to worry about getting this bushing out. I'm just going to try cleaning this bushing and these ports. Cleaning those guys off. And then call it good. So, all right, let me go look in the kitchen for something that I can utilize for cleaning those pieces in, but that won't get me in trouble with the missus. If there is such a thing as not being in trouble with the missus. All right. First step for not being in trouble with the missus, clean off my hands before I go to the kitchen. All right, not perfect, but close enough on the cleanliness of the hands. All right. Hey, do you know if we have any old plastic containers that your mom wouldn't be upset if I used to clean something really dirty with?
What?
Like a small receptacle, like an old cottage cheese container or something.
There might be something over here though.
Okay.
I don't know if there is. There might be though.
Don't see any.
I don't find any either. Do you?
All right. Okay. Would there be any receptacles, small receptacles like that? Can you think of any small receptacles like that that I could use without your mom being upset with me? All right. Well, if you think of something, will you bring it out to me? We'll use that.
Okay.
And don't tell your mom. Exactly. All right, I'm just going to use a bowl. And we can clean it in the dishwasher. It'll be fine. All right. All right. All right. And if I can scrape some of this gunk off, because seems to be plenty that the Q-tip is not taking off. All right, let that soak for a little bit. Heat it up. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to not heat it up. I think I'm going to just leave it in there because I don't, I think my socket is just not the right size. I think that's my problem. I'm just banging up against the cast iron and not really getting the force on the bushing itself. Otherwise, I think it would have come free by now. So, all right. So, all right. I think the bushing is clean enough to go back in. So I'll just try to dry them off. All right. So let me find my calipers again and just see. This guy measures. All right, 0.87. 0.86. I wonder if that's just the variation because I'm not pulling it completely straight. Point 0.74. 0.73. Hmm. Let's see here. Where's my extension? Oh, yeah. Put the extension in there. Continue to let that soak. All right. So which side goes in first? All right. Feels like it needs to go in this way. All right. Okay. Got that in. And yeah. I know. Seems like there's more visible lip on this side than on this side. But maybe that's just the filth. There is filth here. You know, that might be what I thought was the lip on this side, is the accumulated filth. So let me see what I can scrape off. is maybe it is still worth trying to get this bushing out now that I put the other one back in. I'm actually going to angle this a little bit so that I'm getting a little bit more coverage for that the whole time. All right. All right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I could heat it up. I did put some oil in there earlier. I'm not sure how much of that oil actually got around the brass. But add some more. No, I don't really want to be torching where I just put oil. So maybe I'll just try heating up down here rather than up here. If this catches on fire, then I'm cutting the torch. See if that provides any benefit. If it needs more torching. Still nothing. So if there really is a lip over here, instead of just the filth, then I'd have the same issue that I did before, or that I thought I did before. I think if I can't get it on this go around, that I'm just not gonna worry about trying to get it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's pretty warm. Surprising. Torch something, it becomes warm. What a novel idea. Let's see. All right. right. And all right. So yeah. Look at the other one here. Uh, okay. Seems like it should maybe be more secured than that. Let me get a smaller mallet. A little bit more control. Oh, you know what? This one went on this side. Ah, it's a tighter fit. And this one was on this side. All right. And these guys up with clean oil. Okay. And where did I put my lid for the oil? I had it on here. It probably fell down with all of my banging around. Lid for the oil container. Where did you go? Hmm. Hmm. All right, I might be looking for that lid for a while. Remind me not to vacuum until I find it. All right. Okay, let me see where we're at on chat. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Dale? Del Bacid Timbers. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. And Lions, hey, good to see you, man. How's it coming along? It's coming. So this was a bit more involved than what I expected. So got these oil reservoirs here. And I thought that once I removed, I thought that once I removed the spindle with the pulley setup and everything, that it would be obvious to me how to access the reservoirs and clean them out. But taking them out, I was like, okay, I still don't know the extent of the reservoirs. And I could tell by opening these guys up that the reservoirs weren't clean. And so I tried removing the bushings on the interior here. So you can see the brass bushing here and then one over here. I was able to get this guy out by rigging up a little system with um, a socket, and then extending the moving the tailstock over and extending that out so that it pushed the bushing out. Haven't been able to get this bushing out, but I after much consternation, but I feel like after cleaning this guy out, the reservoir just basically goes straight down to the top of the bushing, and that's it. So I cleaned this guy out from the top, pushed out all the gunk, got it clean, took these little caps out, both of them, and cleaned them in a simple green bath along with this bushing. So then on this side, after I couldn't get the bushing out, I just ended up cleaning it from the top, getting out as much gunk as I could, and just going to call it good. I think it's probably fine. So got it cleaned out as well as I could, including this cap that I had removed and put in the bath. And so now I've filled them with oil, just a sewing machine oil, all-purpose Singer, whatever. So now I'm just putting it all back together for this part at least. Then the other thing that I wanted to do before I start using the lathe is to replace the cord and plug, because this guy is just an old the dual polarity but without grounding. So I wanted to put a new cord and plug on there that would have the capability of being grounded. So anyway, so that's what I was about to do, is start putting this assembly back together after getting the bushing in and those caps back on. So that's kind of what I'm working on now, is putting this back together from all of these things that I have over here at the moment. And I guess I should also clean all this stuff that was that I removed earlier. Before I put all those back in, clean them off. And again, just using a simple green. All right. Yeah, on those pieces, I think I'm going to get a wire brush to help me clean those. And don't tell my wife that I'm using a bowl from the kitchen. Well, they're a lot cleaner than they were before the brush, but not as clean as I want them to be. And as long as the bushing is sound, the oil flows, it'll be fine. Could call the electrics, yeah. Got in trouble the other week for drying some blanks in the kitchen oven. Apparently the toasty aroma lingered for days. Yeah, I can understand that. Uh-oh. Somebody is entering the shop. Oh, okay. It's my daughter. She's fine. Just want to make sure that the missus isn't wise to my use of the kitchen bowl in here. Because even though it will be cleaned and be fine, it would still get upset that it's being exposed to all of this yuckiness out here. Okay. All right. So I was trying to use the spindle earlier to free up this guy. So I taped on the socket. That I was then trying to use to drive that out. But I was unsuccessful in my attempts. So I will take the loss and move forward. Or maybe I'm moving back. I'm putting everything back together. All right. And I feel like I should clean that guy off. It's gonna be tough to soak him in the bath there. Let me find, there's the spray right in front of me. Right. Yeah, I feel like there's still a fair amount of gunk in there, but since that was this was part that was mostly exposed, this part, these threads were covered with these pieces over here. So, all right. So let me move the tailstock back over. Go. All right. And I should clean this guy off too. All right. See if I've got a wire brush thin enough to make its way through there. I think I do. This is the most, yeah, no, that's not going to make it too wide. See if this guy can. I'm going to let that soak for a second as I check in on chat, see what I've missed. As long as she doesn't watch the videos. Yeah, secret. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm usually not at risk of my wife watching the videos. For some reason, this type of thing does not excite her. As you might be able to guess from our Name That Tool video, I got her into the shop a few weeks back and just played a little game where I would present her a tool and she would guess what the tool was called and how it was used. Some she actually got right, and others she was not close. So it was a pretty fun video. So called, I think it's called Playing a Game, Name That Tool, something like that. If anyone hasn't seen it yet, you want to go and watch it. I did get her in the shop a couple weeks ago too, because I was making some signs with the router, just freehand cutting signs with the names of the kids that are in the Sunday school class that we teach. You know, they're 9, 10 years old. And so I showed her what I had done, and she was not particularly impressed. And so she thought it'd be pretty easy to make. And so we had a little competition to see who could make the better sign. You can go on and check out that competition if you're interested and missed it the first time around. That one's called Can Mrs. Pelado Make a Better Sign Than Me? Something like that. Or Make a Better Sign Than Pelado, something like that. I can't remember exactly what we called it. But it's a live video from a couple weeks ago featuring the missus. So she's pretty fun to have around, even though she is not a fan of being in the shop most of the time. All right, now I think this was faced this way. And then I had this bearing in there. And I think the washer was on this side. And then that bearing like that. See, and that doesn't seem to want to go in further than that. So maybe I've got something done incorrectly. All right. Don't see anything there that would cause issues. I do it this way. Yeah, no, it definitely has to go this way because I haven't moved this. Oh, I haven't moved this piece. That's how it was. And so that means this should go basically like that. There's these little spots for the set screws, and the set screws are right there. So it should line up like that. So if I turn it the other direction, there's no way the set screws line up. So I know it has to go this direction. And I don't see anything that would be causing any mechanical reason why it can't go through. So I think it's just tight right there because that's where the set screws are. So I think I might need to just pound this guy through a little bit at that point. I should have taken a picture before I took this all apart. Hey, Big Max, good to see you here. Thanks for joining. Try to squirt out those grub screw holes if you can. Gunk glue tends to accumulate around the grub screws, which can make seating it properly into the spindle a tad more difficult. When you're talking about the grub screws, are you talking about where the set screws seat? Is that what you mean? Correct orientation of the step pulley, yes. Okay. Were you saying that I should clean these out better? Is that what you're trying to say? Or what grub screws do you mean? Or just where the set screws set? Is that what you mean? And then I'm wondering if I'm doing this correctly. I was thinking to put the washer between the bearing, but maybe the washer is supposed to go between the bearing and the cast iron. I don't remember, but I'm gonna proceed as I was thinking. Oh, it's nice. It says pulley side here. So maybe, oh, you know what? I'm guessing that the pulley side needs to go right on the pulley, and then the washer goes between the bearing and the cast iron. All right, and I'm going to move forward with that unless I hear differently. Okay, on the step pulley. Yep, on the step pulley. Okay, as far as the positioning of the step pulley, or are you saying that the washer needs to go between the bearing and the step pulley? So on the bearing, on the side that I have toward the pulley, it says toward the pulley. So that's how I set it. And then I've got the washer to go between the bearing and the casing here. So you got it right now? Okay, sweet. First time for everything, man. First time for everything. All right, so that is not going smoothly. You know, it's wanting to stay there. So I'm just gonna give it a few relatively gentle taps to see if I can get it to go through. And it drops the washer down. And let's see if I can retrieve the washer. Oh. Let me try. Let's see if one of these guys can do it. There we go. All right. Washer against the cast iron. Okay, good. All right. All right, come on now. I've almost got it. All right. There we go. Now it's through. All right. So now I need to get these set screws set. And find the Allen key that'll do that. Whoa. I'm going to need to take them out first so that I can see that I'm setting them in where they can actually stay. Okay. All right. This doesn't want to shift. Okay, there we go. All right. Where do the set screws go? Come on, set screws, where are you? Where do they seat? All right, there's one. One there. One there. So, not quite in position. Let me see if I can. There we go. That should work. Right. Now to set the set screws. If it'll go any deeper. Okay, let's get the other one started. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a really easy process. And it has taken just a couple hours longer than I expected. I'm sure everyone else's projects never take longer than you expect. Right? Always very good judges of how long something's going to take you to do. All right. So that should be locked in pretty well. All right. Yeah, that's going to, as far as it'll go. All right. You know what? I'm going to put down a little bit of dry lube. Actually, you know what? I think that washer was supposed to go on this side. So I'm going to reverse. Now that I'm looking at things, actually, this is reversing. There we go. Come on. Be easier. Um, take out the grub screw. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Got to remove the set screws. Gotcha. After I locked those in pretty tight. Okay. Not as bad to loosen this guy as I thought. Okay. Nope, don't want to use that. Oh yeah, here's what I used before. Move the washer over so it doesn't fall down again. Right. And not quite enough. There we go. All right. Actually, I don't want to lock that in quite yet. All right, so let me see where my set screws are supposed to go. Again, wouldn't it be nice if it's right in place, which I'm sure it's not. All right. Hey. That's pretty much right where they need to be. I'm going here. That one does not want to go in as much. All right. All right. Now, this guy locked down. All right. And that guy. So I'm going to lock in that set screw once I find the appropriate Allen wrench. And I'm pretty sure it's not that one. So where did I? Oh, there's the one I was using. There we go. Okay, that'll still turn. All right. I'm going to switch these. All right. And I track down the old set screw for that one right here. And lock that guy down. Ah, shoot. Hi, Ian. Hi, Jaroslav. Hey, Lawrence. Welcome back. I had to take a break. Having a hard time today. I'm sorry, dude. Hope my stupidity here helps you feel better. Yes, Ian. I forgot to get the belt on before I locked everything up. I was all excited, and I looked over and I was like, "Oh yeah, how is the belt going to get on?" So, well, there's two ways that I see. Number one, I can undo everything I just did, scoot this guy back out, and then slip the belt on over it, and then redo everything I just did. Or alternatively, I can cut the belt, get it through, and then just duct tape the belt back together. What do you guys think? What's going to be the better option there? Hey, Matthew, welcome back. Had to bring your little boy to his mother's place. Still live since, yeah. Yep. Still live. Yeah, disassemble, I know. Just teasing with that other option. But wish there was an easier way to do that. But all right. Here we go again. I'm going to get really, really good at assembling and disassembling this part, and then I'll never have to do it again. And so, or if I do have to do it again, it'll be a really long time from now, so I won't remember any of it. Hopefully I remember Dale's advice to take a picture beforehand. I was thinking that as I started putting this all back together, I was like, oh, I really wish I would have taken a picture before I took it all apart. But okay. All right. Gonna need more leverage on that one. Guess I need a better grip on the other side there. Come on. And loosen the set screws here before I start pounding. And then wondering, why won't it move? I'm just going to take this all the way out since I'll have to remove it all the way anyway in order to see where it's supposed to go back in. All right, come on now. And like the last one, I'll take this one all the way out. Since like the last one, I'll need to have it out anyway to see where the indentation is. There we go. All right. And there goes the washer. And all right. And I'm going to put the belt on this setting. Not because I know that's where it should go, but because I figure one of the middle two was better than either of the extremes. And I need this middle one to do the set screws. So all right. Washer. Oh, it's going on a lot smoother now. Okay. All right, and figure out where the set screws are supposed to go. There's the spot for the set screws. Just need to make sure that there's an actual indentation there to be able to place them. Let's see if I don't know that I'm going to be able to get you a very good view without being in my way. So All right. Probably can't tell on camera, but now set in place where the set screws need to go. So I will set the set screws. Uh, all the adjustments on the tripod are not working how they're supposed to. There we go. Oh yeah, you've subscribed to Delbasi Timbers. Dale is a lot of help and pretty good on a lathe. Even better than I am on a lathe, if you can believe it. And no, I've never actually used the lathe. Okay, that one is set. And now for the other set screw. All right. All right, so I think so I want this relatively tight, but not so tight that it's going to be friction stopping this from moving. If I look at this other side, I've got this much wiggle room on the washer. So I think I'm going to loosen this side a little bit so that I'm not, maybe not quite as loose as that other side, but I've got a little bit more play in there. So it's not causing issues. All right. I think think that's enough. All right. All right. I want that tight. All right. All right. So I think I've got everything on there that I need now. So let me catch up on chat. Do. All right. Symbol, you have no belt. And duct tape causes vibration. Yeah, probably. Do it properly, unfortunately. Yeah. Darn it. Matthew drinks cold iced coffee with some International Delight chocolate. Dips strawberry on ice. Okay. Got a video, no pics required. Yeah. Let's see. Matthew subscribed to Dale and to New Beginnings. Thanks for joining us, New Beginnings. All right. So I think this part of it is done. So I've disassembled all of this, cleaned out what I could, put in clean, fresh, light engine oil in both reservoirs. So I think that's probably as it should be, right? Now, should I take out some of this slack here on this side so that I don't have as much back and forth here, or is this appropriate? So I don't want it to, cause an undue vibration and problems that way, but I also don't want it to cause issues with too much friction on this side. So what do you think? Is that a good amount of play, or should I reduce it or make it wider? I don't think I should make it wider, but just thought I should probably throw that as a possibility in case I really should. So, all right. Like a nice leg, but I would have to hire someone to fix it. Yeah. All right. New Beginnings has 199 subscribers. Awesome. Keep it going, man. Too much play, you think, Matthew? I was hoping you would say just perfect. Oh. All right. So let me loosen up the set screws. Thankfully, I don't have to take the whole thing apart to adjust these. Okay, that is too much because it is inhibiting it from turning. That's probably about where it needs to be. I'm not really seeing any side to side, but it's still able to turn. All right, better? All right. Doesn't work out, you can still change it that one, but it was too much. Looks better. Okay, looks better now. Okay, good. Yeah, I was purposely not tightening it very much before because I wanted to make sure that it didn't bind up. But you're probably right. There was too much play in it. Hate to admit it, but yeah, you were probably right. All right. Well, the other thing I wanted to do is switch out the cord and plug. I don't know if I have the energy for that though. This took way longer than I anticipated. So, let's see. And before I do that, I want to get all of this filth off my hands before I start working with, if I start working with electricity. So let me go clean up again. And I'm a big fan of this orange goop. I'm not sponsored, but yeah, it takes oil and grime off my hands way better than anything else I've tried. And it's a waterless hand cleaner is what it says on the packaging, even though you have to rinse with water after you're done scrubbing with the orange goop. So I wouldn't call it entirely waterless. But it is nice that you don't need water to start scrubbing. Getting them exfoliated. I will rinse and see if I need to do another round here. No, that's probably good enough for now. All right. Yeah, I'm going to get a drink too because it's not super hot in the shop. It's probably pretty warm outside, but starting to feel a little bit of dryness in my mouth. Thinking, you know what? I would rather hydrate when unnecessary versus be dehydrated. So I am fetching a drink of water. While I'm getting my drink, why don't you all think about whether or not I should switch out the power today? All right. Back in the shop now. Yeah, I have problems with accuracy and repeatability. Yeah. Yeah, I know. So we got it done. So let me put some of this stuff away. Hopefully I don't need it for the next set of the next project. So get those out of the way. They're simple green. Simply out of the way. Adjustable wrench and socket out of the way. And 1/16 goes there. I am. What's up? Right. Are your jobs going to be done properly?
Not too long, and she was not as sad when she realized that, like, for her that I made for her friend, that she didn't end up actually bringing over to her friend's house.
Right.
I made you a cake, and she's like, but
Yeah.
you didn't do the dishes.
Okay. Yeah, if you get everything done and it's an appropriate hour, I'm fine with that. What makes you think that? You think I might be working on the lathe? And why did you call it your lathe? I don't remember you shelling out the huge money to buy it.
I will give you $10 full.
$10 for a lathe like this?
Yep, $10 whole entire dollars.
You expect me to accept such a low sum?
That's what you expected someone else to accept.
It's not what I expected someone else to expect. It's what they asked for.
Did you fix the motory bit?
I cleaned out the oil reservoirs and put new clean oil in the reservoirs.
Shiny.
And you're not supposed to be on camera, remember? Her mother does not want her on camera yet. So
never here.
You're never here. All right. So this is my daughter, and she was a big part of the inspiration for why I bought this in the first place, because she said she wanted to do turning and stuff. And so I saw it for cheap on Facebook Marketplace and thought, well, we can try it. And so she's excited that I'm actually working on it now. But all right, so
we'll be going over there to get all my stuff done.
That's fine.
Okay,
if it's all done properly.
Okay, thank you for working on the lathe.
You're welcome, sweetie.
I love you.
Love you too. I'm trying. All right. So get the dry lube out of the way. Brush out of the way. The bowl out of the way. Should have taken it in when I went in earlier. And clean up around here a little bit. All right, so the wiring. Um, all right, so you may have noticed there are two wires coming out of the motor housing thing, right? And one of those terminates right there. The other, I'm going to remove this from the pod so that you can see more easily. So one wire terminates right here, and the other goes on the bottom side of the base over here and then up there to the switch. And then from the switch, there's another cord that comes out right there and goes out the side right there. Super long cord. So of course it's very convenient to plug in anywhere. I kind of like this old switch. I don't know if there's anything technically wrong with using this old switch. I think it gives it that old, rustic, old-timey feel that I don't really want to lose. But I'm not a big fan of how that's wired right now. It's like this. And I was thinking as far as grounding it, that the easiest way to ground it might be to connect it to that screw on the bottom side of that. But I'm not sure if that will actually work, if that's a conductive screw or I don't know. So you people who are more knowledgeable about electricity and wiring, I don't like this guy coming across, but the motor does have to be on that side of the lathe. Yeah, the motor has to be on that side of the lathe. So I can't really move the motor anywhere else. The switch, I would prefer on this side of the lathe so that I'm not having to reach over the lathe to turn things on and off. So I'm not frustrated with positioning of the switch in that sense, but I don't care for the wiring being done how it is. So I'm open to suggestions on how I should switch it around. I did pick up a replacement cord and plug. and quite a bit longer than this cord. And if I leave this wiring from the motor to here, I'm guessing that doesn't have any grounding, and so that might be problematic. But I'm not sure if I open up on the motor side that, if I get this and try to figure out what, yeah, so this is the side. So I'd have to open this all up, which doesn't really look that difficult. It's just a couple of flat screws. So let me just start with that. And we'll open him and see what he tells us. Okay. Matthew said install a big switch with a big mushroom button on it to have an easy, accessible way to cut the power coming in the machine. Yeah, need to change switch for safety of everyone who will use it. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't have any replacement switches at the moment because I wasn't really planning to switch the switch. So if I do determine that I need to switch the switch, that's not something I'm fully prepared to do at the moment. But let me at least take a look at what we have inside. Oh. There we go. Really torque down on that. I need to move you a little bit so I can get more torque. Okay. Like I'm going to strip out this screw. And maybe I don't need to, if I can loosen him a little bit, maybe that'll allow me to kind of flip him over so I can see. But okay, he's already. All right. Get a flashlight in there. Hopefully we can a little better what's going on. I want to vacuum that out a little bit. So after I vacuumed, I was like, uh-oh, did I just vacuum up the screws? But no, still here. Okay. All right. I'm not sure I understand what's going on in there. So, let's see if I can get enough light to show you. It just seems to be reflecting in ways that don't really show very well. But anyway, so there's a nut there and a nut there. It looks like that's where these two wires are connected to this one and this one. But there's also a nut down here, and this wire is connected to this and this. And there's something white right there that I'm not sure is supposed to be there. It looks like it could be some sort of something that's not supposed to be there. So I don't know how well you can see any of that, but there's the post with the nut I was talking about that's connecting to this one, and then this post and nut is where the other wire here is connected, it looks like. And then this wire is connecting to this post and this post. And that feels rubbery. So I think that might just be insulation to protect. Yeah. Yeah, now that I clean that off, I can see that it's not black on the exterior. I think that was just insulation to protect, waterproof. So I think that's probably fine. I need to remove whatever that is. But so I'm presuming that this is the, the black and white wires would go here. I don't know if this is a ground though. If it is, it'd be nice to actually connect it to something instead of just have it end right there. So what do you guys think? Anyone know? All right. Let me connect this back up to the tripod here so I'm not giving you a shaky or a shakier experience. Already plenty. Just noticed that my microphone was off. So I don't know if you guys were able to understand anything that I was just telling you. But let's see, Matthew, it looks like you're saying you need something you can operate with only. All right. Looks like my other microphone died. So I don't know how much of what I've been saying you guys heard or not, but Matthew, I was just responding to your comment about about being able to just disengage the motor while I'm switching the belt or whatever, and to check the manual online. But the manual online for this, I've kind of already found it, or at least I found a manual online, but I think this was built in like 1938 or before, so it doesn't really anticipate those features, I don't think, which is part of the reason why I'm looking to switch to a cord and plug that have grounding capability, because right now it doesn't. It's just the dual dual wire instead of a 3-wire setup. And so the way this motor is wired is it has this wire going to the switch, and this is connected to 2 ports or 2 posts on this housing, and then this wire is connected to 2 as well, but one of them that this one is connected to, and then another one that this one is not connected to. But then this wire just ends down here. It doesn't go anywhere else. So it's not connected to anything. So I'm thinking this might be the grounding post down here, and then these are to deliver power. And if that's the case, then I could replace these 3 or these 2 wires on these 3 posts with a modern wire that has the grounding as well as the other 2 wires. So anyway, I think I need to do a little bit more research on this motor and on some of what you're talking about, Matthew, to be able to switch things out. So I think I'm going to finish this project another day, so I can do some research on the electrical before I make a potentially terrible mistake. So, all right, so I'm going to fit this back here and fit this back here, that there, this here. Oh. All right. I'm not going to tighten these too much because I'm just going to have to come back and take them apart before too long anyway. All right, that's plenty. All right, I'll turn off my flashlight here. All right. Okay, so I think with that, I'm going to call it a day on the lathe, and we'll work on figuring out the electrical another time. So thanks everyone for joining me, and let's see. Oh, yeah, the model number is right here. I'll focus in on it for you so you can check it out. But it's the Sears Roebuck 101.06242. Sears Roebuck 101.06242. And Yeah, my email address, Matthew, is what is it? Pilato C Stadium at gmail.com, I think. I'll have to look it up. If you drop your email as a comment after we finish the live, I can shoot you my email that way. But yeah, that's the model number. And I don't know that I found the actual owner's manual, but I found something that was kind of like the owner's manual and kind of like a parts reorder form. Says that the date on that was from June 1938. So I'm not sure how many features they anticipated back then, but yeah. So yeah, I think I'm going to try the electrical another day. Yeah, if you want to send me anything, oh, the motor, sure. Let me lower this down. So it is Wagner Electric Corporation. And, oh, come on. In the model, let me see if I can get a little closer and angle this down a little better. The model looks like is, oh wow. It might be easier for me to read it on the screen here. Maybe not. Yeah, S2431 or 81. R2497 with 92. Either R2492 or K2492. Can't tell for sure if that's an R or a K. I think I see some curvature, so I think it might be an R. Actually, no, I see the R up above under motor type, RK. And now I'm thinking that is not an R. I think it probably is the K. So S2481 K2492 is the model number. And it is a 1/4 horsepower motor. Frame type is 57V. Capacitor motor type RK. 1725 RPM. And yeah. Protector number, or production, no, yeah, protector number B119. So, I don't know if there's anything else on there that you need. Okay. Any electric diagram for the motor? You're going to look for the electric diagram online, or you want me to open it back up and see what it is? I just had this door open. I don't know if you saw or not. I don't see any other labeling on the motor. Other than Lewis, which is the name that's engraved on there. So you'll check it out online. Okay. All right. Awesome. Appreciate it, Matthew. All right. I am going to call it quits. Thanks all. Thanks, Matthew and Dale and Mike and everyone else who's been on to help. And we'll figure this out another time. Thanks, everybody. Have a great Saturday. Take care.